toward the inside. Again, moves up to challenge for the third position. Looks for a little more running room. Hasn't found it just yet as they hit the backstretch. And finally, Tallest of the Tall, who's at the back 6 lengths from the front. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 16.93 seconds. Winners Club continues to lead, and Yamato is still there on the outside. Less than a length separate the top 2. And then High Tide out in the center of the racetrack. Still travels along in that third position, but third only by a neck. Job Security is next toward the inside. Then a break of 5 more lengths. Tallest of the Tall is at the back as they reach the midpoint of the backstretch. And Winners Club continues to show the way for Colby Hernandez, the mile in 1 minute 42.59 seconds. So Winners Club leads at a half length. Yamato's second by a length and a half. High Tide is still there, but still third up on the outside, followed by Job Security, who's right there to his inside and fourth, midway on the final turn, and Tallest of the Tall, the distant trailer. Now, Yamato is starting to draw alongside of Winners Club. They're matching strides for the lead. Job Security decides time to go now, top of the stretch, and moves toward the outside in third. High Tide going to have to go 4 wide from that fourth position to the top of the stretch. Tallest of the Tall, distant trailer, and Job Security goes to the lead. High Tide goes to second. Winners Club back to third. Yamato in fourth. Final furlong. Job Security has opened up 5-6 lengths clear of High Tide. It is Job Security who is rolling on at the 16th pole for Adam Beschizza. Job Security will take the opener at Keeneland. High Tide will come across the line in the second position, and then further back, Tallest of the Tall is running on late and does get up in time. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the Pillar Allowance 2, Job Security. Owned by Lothenbach Stables Incorporated of Bob Lothenbach and trained by Neil Pessin, Adam Beschizza, the jockey. Job Security, 5. And they're off. Resurrection Road is first away. Golden Curl going to provide company to the inside, though, as they head down to the first turn. Golden Curl moves up against the rail. Resurrection Road there to the outside. That's the early battle for the lead. Resurrection Road now moves on by for Gerardo Corrales. Clears for the lead, gets over to the inside to save some ground around the first turn. Leads it by a length and a half to Golden Curl, who's second by a half length. Subiaco is in between horses in third, a half length. And Yes, I'm Evil moves up in fourth as they line up across the track. Heading off the first turn and up the backstretch. 23.99 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Golden Curl moves up and takes the lead by just a neck, now by a half length. Yes, I'm Evil moves forward to challenge second to the far outside. And then Resurrection Road back to the inside. Subiaco moves up now third, now second between that pair. As Subiaco is just off the leader's flank from between horses after an opening half mile in 47.44 seconds. So over to the far turn, these four go, and it is Golden Curl to the inside who leads it by a half length. Subiaco is second, 3/4 of a length. Yes, I'm Evil, far outside, is third, a half length, and Resurrection Road got the shuffle back into fourth as they move around the far turn. The leader, Golden Curl, comes to the quarter pole, moves by it, has the lead by a length and a half. Subiaco is still second by 2. Yes, I'm Evil to the outside, top of the short stretch, and then Resurrection Road, who's contesting that third spot, but Golden Curl is the leader. Golden Curl comes into the final furlong, leads it by 3 lengths. Resurrection Road, who had that early lead, now rallying back, got shuffled to last on the far turn, and is back up on the outside to take the lead again. Resurrection Road, Gerardo Corrales to win it. Golden Curl. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, 2, Resurrection Road. Owned by Michael Schlobohm, trained by Eric Reed, Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. Resurrection Road, a 5-year-old. The post. And they're off. Bedouin Fighter right out for the lead. Incitatus is there. Charger up on the outside, ready to pounce back toward the inside. Bedouin Fighter, the leader, gets over next to the rail, leading Charger into the first turn. Incitatus third, ready to pounce, saving the ground fourth against the rail. Emphasize fifth, Realm of Law sixth. Sergeant Strawberry, a distant seventh here early on, losing contact with those first 6 around the first turn. Up front, side by side for the lead. Charger moves up, has the lead now. Charger 3/4 of a length onto the backstretch. Bedouin Fighter content to give way in the second second position a length. Incitatus moves to the outside third by 2. Then Ready to Pounce, Realm of Law, Emphasize between horses, Sergeant Strawberry at the back. 23.26 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Charger the leader. Charger in front by 2 lengths, midpoint of the back stretch. Incitatus second a half length, Ready to Pounce up the inside third. Realm of Law stays toward the far outside in fourth. Emphasize between horses is in fifth position. Bedouin Fighter shuffled back into the sixth spot, long way back still to Sergeant Strawberry last. 47.03 seconds for that opening half mile. Charger the leader a length. Ready to Pounce keeps moving up the rail, and now Ready to Pounce moves up the inside. Realm of Law going to have to go to the far outside. Incitatus in behind the front trio. Ready to Pounce to the top of the short stretch, and Realm of Law now 1-2, having moved by Charger third. Incitatus is still in fourth position. Then Emphasize, Bedouin Fighter at the back of the pack as they turn for home. Realm of Law and Ready to Pounce going at it for the lead. Ready to Pounce has the lead to the inside. Realm of Law going to have to find more. Ready to Pounce already, though, has kicked on, opened up 3, 4, 5 lengths to the good. At the line, it's going to be Ready to Pounce. Brian Hernandez Jr. Ready to Pounce wins it. Realm of Law is going to be across the line at second. Emphasize is trying to come up the inside. One Ready to Pounce, 2 wins today for Lothenbach Stables Incorporated. More in a moment. Are at the post. And they're off. Kicking Kirby comes right out for the lead. Ararico Lake has some early speed down to the inside. Can't Bet 'em All is also up close. Front Man comes away running in the fourth position. Kickin' Kirby has the lead, though. Kickin' Kirby leads at 3/4 of a length. Front Man is second. Hemp Heaven stacks up to the far outside. Ararico Lake is up close down toward the inside. Can't Bet 'em All is in between horses running in fifth, now taking fourth by a head. And then Hard Sting, who's last, but right there with the rest, 4 lengths from the front, moving up toward the outside. 23.55 seconds. That was the time for the opening quarter. Kickin' Kirby is the leader, 3/4 of a length. Hemp Heaven second by a head to the outside. Front Man is third in between that ground there. Drops back between horses. Oh, an awkward move for Ararico Lake, who had to check in traffic and had to drop out 2 spots from fourth to last around the turn. Can't Bet 'em All moves up. Hard Sting is moving up ahead of that one. In fact, it's a 3-way shuffle for the lead now. Hemp Heaven, the leader. Can't Bet 'em All going to make it a 4-way shuffle to the far outside. Hard Sting is 3 lanes off the rail, and Kickin' Kirby is still there to the inside. Those 4 lined up across the track. Can't Bet 'em All swings out to the center of the track, pokes ahead in front. Hemp Heaven is there to the inside, and Hard Sting fights on between that pair. These 3 to the front now past the 8th pole. Can't Bet 'em All head in front. Hemp Heaven fighting on. Hard Sting is still right there fighting as well. Hemp Heaven regains the lead down to the inside. 16th pole. Hemp Heaven leads it by a length. Hemp Heaven. Julie Burke. Hemp Heaven to win it. Hard Sting was home second. Can't Bet 'em All was across the line in third. Ararico Lake was fourth. Keeneland's fourth race, 6. Hemp Heaven, owned by Souped Up Stables of Tom Campbell, trained by Jimmy Corrigan. Julie Burke, the winning jockey. Hemp Heaven, a 3-year-old gelded son of Dialed In out of Holiday Forgettin' by First Wire. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Snowhouse. Pre-game is there from the outside. Snowhouse and Pre-game go 1-2 as they move into the first turn. Snowhouse will have the early lead. Pre-game second. Tango third. Quickly settles down to the rail right behind the leader. As they move around the first turn, running for covers between horses in fourth. Purple Dream, 3 lanes off the rail, moving up wide from fifth, now taking fourth, just over 2 lengths off the lead. Dogwood's Cosby is sixth and last after the opening quarter at 24.19 seconds. On to the backstretch they go. Snowhouse the leader. Snowhouse is in front 3/4 of a length. Pre-game is second by a length. The Purple Dream. Tango. Fourth to the inside by just a head. Running for cover fifth in between horses. Break of just over 2 more lengths back to Dogwood's Cosby, who continues to trail at the midpoint of the backstretch. It is Snowhouse and Pre-game, joined by Purple Dream to the far outside. The first half mile, 48.64 seconds. Tango to the inside. Running for cover is next. Break of 5 more back to Dogwood's Cosby last. They move on to the far turn. Snowhouse the leader. Pre-game a neck off the lead in the second position by a length. Purple Dream still third up to the far outside as they come to the quarter pole. Tango in fourth. Running for cover fifth. Long way back to Dogwood's Cosby, top of the short stretch. Snowhouse leads at a neck. Pre-game tries to draw alongside again from second. They turn into the stretch. Gap of 5 back to Tango. Purple Dream. Fourth up on the outside, Pregame is right alongside of Snowhouse. What a battle. Snowhouse fighting on. Pregame is there. Tango, 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 third out in the center of the track. It is Snowhouse regaining a full-length advantage, now a length and a half, and Snowhouse wins it for Florent Giroux. Pregame second, Tango, Tango, Tango third, and then Purple Dream across the line in fourth. Running for cover was fifth, and Dogwoods Cosby sixth.
He made it to the lead early on, Snowhouse and Florent Giroux, and he always had the number 7 horse Pregame right there with him. Saya is able to get.
In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Samson 3 Snowhouse, owned by Juddmonte of Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Brad Cox. Florent Giroux is the jockey. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There's Tiz Valentino Days from the inside, but here come a Good Juju and also Sir Nuisance between horses, but Tiz Valentino Days outsteps them to the first turn. Tiz Valentino Days, the early leader. Good Juju second. There's Excursion, swings up on the far outside. From third, Adara hugs the rail in fourth. Sir Nuisance backs away. Down to the inside in fifth. I'm Intrigued is sixth to the outside of that one, and Tiz the Journey, last of the 7 around the turn. Tiz Valentino Days against the rail is the leader, 24.49 seconds, the time for the opening quarter, but here's Good Juju right alongside. Good Juju puts ahead in front onto the backstretch. Excursion moves up a closer third out in the center of the track, a length off the lead. Adara fourth in between horses. I'm Intrigued is fifth. A break of 6 more lengths then back to Sir Nuisance, and Tiz the Journey, who moves up 1 spot against the rail from last at the midpoint of the backstretch. Good Juju, Tiz Valentino Days joined by Excursion. That's the battle for the lead. 48.59 seconds was the time for the opening half mile. Adara fourth down toward the inside. 2 lengths from the front. I'm Intrigued is next, and a break of 6 more back to Tiz the Journey. 3 more back of that one. Sir Nuisance last. Good Juju, the leader now by a length and a half to the far turn. And here comes Adara between horses. Excursion is there up toward the outside. Adara is moving up now to take the second position around the turn. Still 2 lengths from the front. Excursion third and trying to move along with that one. That pair trying to keep pace with Good Juju, who's 3 lengths to the good to the top of the short stretch. Good Juju leads it by 4. Adara second. Excursion third. The rest have work to do. Turning for home, Good Juju, a 4-length lead into the final furlong. Adara second. Excursion still there third up on the outside. Tiz the Journey goes fourth. Tiz Valentino Days is fifth back toward the rail, but Good Juju's in front, and Good Juju's going to win it for Julian Leperoux. Good Juju home on top. Adara across the line in second. The winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, number 6, Good Juju, owned by Anita Ebert Racing LLC of Anita Ebert, trained by Ian Wilkes, the jockey, Julian Leperoux. Good Juju, a 4. And they're off. There goes Tiz Splendid News, right out running for the early lead, quickly clears the inside horses, goes to the front, starts to angle down toward the rail. Tiz Splendid News to the front immediately for Joel Rosario into the first turn, opening up by a couple of lengths. Forever Boss now starts to cut into the margin and moves up with a ground-saving trip against the rail from that inside starting spot within a length of the lead. Second there by a half length. And then Il Malocchio third up on the outside, gap of 2 more back to Ms. Wicked against the rail, content to trail here early. 24.23 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Tiz Splendid News is the leader. Tiz Splendid News on top by a length and a half. Forever Boss is second, a half length for the journey up the back stretch. Il Malocchio is third up on the outside, then a break of 3 more lengths back to Ms. Wicked, who is the trailer midpoint of the back stretch. That first half mile went in 48.13 seconds. So it is Tiz Splendid News who continues to show the way, leads at a length. Forever Boss is in a tussle for second now with Il Malocchio, who moves forward a closer third up on the outside into the far turn. And then a break of 4 more lengths. Ms. Wicked is last. Tiz Splendid News is the leader. Forever Boss hoping for some running room down toward the rail. Hasn't found it yet. Il Malocchio keeps that one pinned down from the outside because still they're contesting that second position. And that pair, a length and a half off the lead to the top of the stretch of Tiz Splendid News. Ms. Wicked is still far back and forth. There's a quarter mile to come. Now Forever Boss has that opening. Forever Boss scoots up against the rail and takes the lead off the far turn. Il Malocchio runs on from the outside. 'Tis Splendid News in between that pair. Forever Boss into the final furlong, has a 3-length lead, though. And then Il Malocchio still going at it with 'Tis Splendid News for second. Forever Boss, who's past the 16th pole, leads it by 3.5 lengths. Forever Boss, 2 wins today for Brian Hernandez Jr. Il Malocchio was across the line in second, 'Tis Splendid News third, and Ms. Wicked was fourth.
The Kenny McPeak runners surrounded 'Tis Splendid News, who did make the lead, but she just
In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Benson won Forever Boss. They are at the post. And they're off. Granite Candy, Amber Waves, Lucky Lauren, Fine Prospecture, and Tess Arena all show early speed, and there goes Fine Prospecture up the inside for the lead now by a length. Lucky Lauren goes in second, Tess Arena third up on the far outside. Granite Candy fourth between horses. Amber Waves against the rail is fifth. Mending alongside that one in sixth. Cha-Cha Mission to the inside is in seventh. Shirley Green is eighth. Especially You is ninth. And Cardio Version is 10th and last, 22.43 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Fine Prospecture, the leader by 2 lengths, coming off the far turn. Tess Arena moves up towards second on the outside of Lucky Lauren, who's toward the inside in third. A gap of 5 more lengths then. Back to Amber Waves to the inside. Granite Candy to the outside. Fine Prospecture, a 2-length lead at the 8th pole. Tess Arena takes aim at her from the outside. Fine Prospecture hanging tough, though. Tess Arena still second. Then a gap of 3 back to Mending and Cardio Version, running late toward third and fourth. Fine Prospecture and deep stretch here. Fine Prospecture to win it for Martine Pedrosa. Going to be a battle for second. It'll be either Mending from the outside or Cardio Version from the inside for that runner-up spot.
Martine Pedrosa does it again for Wesley Ward from the rail.
And the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th and final race, number 1, Fine Prospecture. Owned by the French Connection LLC of Adrian Regan, trained by Wesley Ward. Martine Pedrosa, the winning jockey. Fine Prospecture, 3-year-old filly by Tapiture out of Fine Prospect by Meadow Lake. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is fast. The turf is listed good. The rail is set at 10 feet for the turf racing today. Time now for a look at the program changes beginning in the first race, which starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes and also begins the early pick five. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High Five, $13,583. In the opener, scratch number 2, A Lot to Like. Scratch the 2, A Lot to Like. Overweight, the 9 3-point Coos, the jockey, 2 pounds over. Second race, that will start the early pick 4. No changes in race 2. Third race, scratch the 1, Guajira. Scratch the 2, Tranquil Times. And scratch the 4, Why Behave. Again, scratch number 1, Guajira. Also scratch number 2, Tranquil Times, and scratch 4, Why Behave. As a result of those scratches, no Super High Five, no Superfecta, no Trifecta, and no show wager on that third event. Fourth race is where the pick 6 begins. There is no carryover, no changes at this time in the fourth race except for an overweight, number 3, Tootsie. Jockey is 5 pounds over. No scratches, no jockey changes in that fourth race, but an overweight 3, Tootsie. Jockey 5 pounds over. Race 5, that's where the late pick 5 gets underway. No changes in that fifth event. Sixth race is where the late pick 4 begins. In that sixth race, take out the also eligibles 13, 14, 15, and 16. Court Return Al Nassim, Our Closure, and Micro Cap, they did not draw into the race. Seventh race, scratch the 4, Goodnight Olive. Scratch the 5, Rules for Us. Scratch 6, Texas Melody. And also scratch the 14, Coed. Again, scratch 4, Goodnight Olive. Scratch 5, Rules for Us. Scratch the 6, Texas Melody. And scratch number 14, Coed. Please note, the 13, Love Me Some Me, draws into the race. Eighth event. Scratch the 9, Figure It Out. That's the eighth race. Scratch the 9, Figure It Out. Ninth and final race. Scratch the 4, Lemos Cunha. That's in the ninth and final race. Scratch the 4, Lemos Cunha. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Happy Thursday to you, Kurt Becker. And for those of you joining us here at Keeneland Racecourse and those of you joining us at home, we are down to the final 2 days of racing here for spring 2021. And we've got 9 races ahead of us, highlighted by the 8th event with a lot of common run lines with these fillies and mares, Gabby, with tomorrow's Grade 3 feature, the Bewitch.
Yes, you're definitely going to want to tune in and watch the featured event today and maybe make some handicapping notes for the Bewitch Stakes tomorrow. But the featured event of today is going to be the 8th race, just one scratch of the 9, Figure It Out. The number 5, Summer in Saratoga, is your 5-2 favorite. She's coming into the race off of back-to-back wins. She's wintered well down at the fairgrounds for trainer Joe Sharp. But the interesting horse in here, Scott, is the 4, Daddy is a Legend. She's been so close to being a Grade 1 winner, multiple Grade 1 place, and graded stakes winner.
But her last 2 left a lot to be desired, but that was 7 months ago. So we'll see where she's at here today for Susan and Jim Hill, George Weaver, and Joel Rosario. That is the featured 8th race, part of the late pick 4, but we're just 19 minutes away from this Thursday opener. Race number 1 is a first. The first time we'll see 2-year-old action on the grass course during a spring meet at Keeneland Race Course, and this is right in the wheelhouse of trainer Wesley Ward, obviously with the 2-year-olds, but as using this as a catapult towards Royal Ascot in June. And Rithin, the number 1 horse, the daughter of Ribchester, is the favorite right now. Stone Street Stables paid $475,000 for her last year in Europe. She's 1-2. It's tough to get past this filly. She's had 2 workouts on the grass in South Florida. She's had a couple of workouts here on the main track, but she is by Ribchester, who was a very good young horse in his own right. This is from his first crop. He's had 5 runners over in Europe. He was a 4-time Grade 1 winner, won the Group 1 Queen Anne Stakes at Royal Ascot, and this filly is a half-brother to Hit the Bid, a multiple graded stakes winner over in Europe, the First Dam, a stakes winner as well, and that stakes winner Hit the Bid was a winner at 2. So there's a lot of reasons to think that she is going to be able to succeed here today and launch herself towards a date at Royal Ascot come June. 1-2, though, is what you're going to have to accept, at least for the time being, as she will go off as the heavy favorite. I'll go then to the outside for my second choice, Rock Along for Saffie Joseph Jr. This is a barn we've yet to see a starter from here at Keeneland Racecourse. He's one of the top barns down in South Florida. Has a workout with this filly at Keeneland out of the gates, easy 3-furlong workout. Nothing has been fast about these workouts, but she is a daughter of Bayern, and this filly is a half-sister to a turf winner. So the pedigree is there on the dam side, and she looks lovely here as she gets set for her debut. She certainly looks fit and tight here at 10-1. And then finally, the number 6 horse, Promptly Done, the Shanghai Bobby filly, is where I will end up as my third choice. She worked fast out of the gate here at Keeneland Racecourse. We've talked about Brett Calhoun and how good he is with young horses. So trusting him, and Gabe Saez gets the call, Gabby. I'll go 1-11-6 in the opener.
Yeah, looking at these baby races, Wesley Ward has a couple of them between today and tomorrow, and they're just really hard to navigate through because they all are very nicely bred. It's Wesley Ward who just does magic with his 2-year-olds, and so we see a couple of them in today and also tomorrow to round out the spring meeting. The 7 Pammy's Ready was ultimately where I did land, but of course with these 2-year-olds, you definitely want to pay attention to the board and who is live and who is not. And the board is telling me that the other one of Wesley Ward's horses is live at 1-2. But the 7, Promptly Done, she is a nice-looking filly here in the paddock. She's a daughter of More Than Ready, and the mare, she did win on the dirt, but she does come from the family of Warfront. So you get More Than Ready on the top side, you get Warfront on the bottom side. She's definitely nicely bred for the turf surface today. The number 10 horse is the other horse that I wanted to mention, the 10 Diva Dixie, a filly by Anchor Down. She already did debut here at Keeneland, but that was on the main track, going 4.5 furlongs over a good listed main track, and she just did not pick up her feet whatsoever that day. But she was bet for John Hancock, and he is, one of the trainers that we've become familiar with during the spring meeting and knowing how to appropriately prepare his 2-year-olds to run well. So I just thought she was interesting getting to the turf for the first time. And then the number 1, Ruthin, as Scott mentioned, the pedigree here, and our first opportunity to see Ribchester's progeny stateside. She's got a wonderful European pedigree. She does, though, have to draw the rail. And so I do think that she's going to have to be really quick out of the stalls. Obviously, we see Wesley Ward. That's how he prepares his horses, especially his 2-year-olds at first asking, but it really does just ultimately come down to the gate break. She looks extremely fit and extremely well built. You can see just the strength that she's showing right now. Really strong in her hindquarters, really strong shoulder as well. So all things that you really want to see here for trainer Wesley Ward and Stone Street. The 1, Ruthin, as your 1-2 favorite. But a big field of babies as they will make their way out to the turf course to kick off the opener.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. The Green Lantern, a maiden special weight, 2-year-old fillies, 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good. Rail set at 10 feet. Scratch the 2, a lot to like. Again, scratch 2, a lot to like. Overweight, the 9 3-point coups, jockey 2 pounds over. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 5. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $13,583. Turf listed good. The main track is fast today. Post time at 7 minutes.
These young fillies feeling good in this cool temperatures right now here in Lexington, and Rithin is tough to go back to with the way that she has looked in the proceedings for Stone Street Stables. The daughter of Ribchester just looks fantastic. She's been an absolute pro coming through the paddock, going to the pony, and everything that they've asked of her, she has done. So Joel Rosario has to be confident with what he is seeing and feeling underneath him here as she gets set for her debut. The number 4 horse, Baytown Lila, daughter of Commissioner, 23-1. Not a bad filly, racy-looking filly. They only paid $2,000 for her at the Keeneland September sale in 2020. She comes from a first dam, Backstreet Lisa. This will be her first runner, so she was a winner during her racing career. She's had plenty of workouts to get ready for this debut, so we'll see if she can light the tote board at odds of 24-1. And then finally, promptly done, Dark Bear Brown filly by Shanghai Bobby, going back to her. Nice looking filly, feeling good as well with Gabe Saez in the saddle. Got to like what you're seeing if you're looking to back her at another big price, 15-1. So big prices everywhere except with Rithin for Stone Street Stables, the daughter of Ribchester, as Ribchester gets his first U.S. representation from his first 2-year-old crop.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, the Green Lantern. Start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. Rock Along is quick into stride, but so is Rithen. Rithen moves up from the inside, has the lead. Rock Along goes second. You So Money Baby away running third. Artos is fourth between horses. Promptly Done is in the fifth position. And there's Pammy's Ready moving out in the center of the course. 2 spots from seventh up into fifth as they head for the turn. Diva Dixie is going to be wide in the 8th spot, running 10 lengths off the lead into the turn. Baytown Lila shuffled back down toward the inside, then further back. It is 3 Point Coos who runs next to last, 21.91 seconds for the opening quarter, and Miss Chamita is last of the 10. Rithen, the leader around the turn. Rithen on a 3-length lead. Rock Along is second by 4 lengths. You So Money Baby, third a half length. Artos in fourth. Pammy's Ready is fifth, nearly a dozen lengths off the lead of Rithen, and Rithen is coming toward the 8th pole. Rithen with a 6-length lead. Rock Along second. You So Money Baby third toward the inside. Artos in fourth. Pammy's Ready still far back in fifth. Rithen in front by 8 lengths in the final 16th here. Artos and You So Money Baby, and also Pammy's Ready going at it for the second spot. Miss Chamita runs late toward the rail, no catching Rithen. Rithen wins it convincingly for Joel Rosario. Artos was across the line in second. It'll be close for third. You So Money Baby or Pammy's Ready. And then behind that, others in contention as well in that multiple horse photo for that final spot to complete the Super High Five.
Too much Rithen here on debut for Stone Street Stables. Wesley Ward, Joel Rosario. She gets a little green down the lane, but she never gives up the advantage in any way, shape, or form that she's carved out at this point in time.
I think she was just running so fast, Scott, that she kind of got ahead of herself for a minute as she tried to switch leads. Joelle Rosario just keeping her focus to get to the wire. Man, we've seen some really impressive 2-year-olds so far at the meet, especially for Wesley Ward, and this is another one for Stone Street. She wins clear in the end.
Photo for show. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's first: 1, Rithen was first. 5, Artos was second. 3, Yuso Money Baby was third. 7, Pammy's Ready was fourth. And 8, Miss Chamita was fifth. 15378 unofficial. First race, results official. 15378 official for Keeneland's first. The official winner of race 1, the Green Lantern, number 1, Rithen. Owned by the Stone Street Stables LLC of Barbara Banke, trained by Wesley Ward, Joelle Rosario, the jockey. Rithen, a 2-year-old filly by Ribchester out of Salenka by Selkirk, bred in Great Britain by Highclere Stud and Jake Warren Limited. 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 4.95 seconds. Results official. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, and also the start of the early pick 4. The main track is listed fast, the turf good. No changes in race 2. Looking ahead to the third race, scratch the 1, Guajira. Scratch the 2, Tranquil Times. Scratch the 4, Why Behave. That's in the third race. Scratch the 1, Guajira. Scratch the 2, Tranquil Times. And scratch the 4, Why Behave. No Super High 5. No superfecta, no trifecta, and no show wager on that third race. Fourth race, overweight, 3, Tootsie, the jockey 5 pounds over. That's in the fourth race, number 3, Tootsie, the jockey 5 pounds over. Fifth race has no changes at this time.
Race number 2, 6 furlongs on the main track, 20,000 claimers, fillies and mares 3 and up, which have not won 3 races, or 3-year-old fillies. And keep in mind, this race does start the early pick 4 here today on this Thursday card. I'm going to go to Irv's Wench as my top play. 5-2 right now, not a bad price as she takes the drop in class, and that's the angle. One of the simplest angles that you can utilize in handicapping and trying to predict these races is class relief, and she gets it. And her only recent subpar race was when they tried her on grass. It didn't work out at Gulfstream. She was good enough to win for $50,000 at Churchill Downs in late November. Her most recent start against Starter Allowance Company is a much tougher group than what she faces here today. And Joe Rocco rode this filly to victory at Churchill in late November in 2020. So at 5-2, I'll take a shot against this favorite, who is currently 6-5. And my second choice, that's Extra Effort for Anthony Cordarolo, a flashback filly who hasn't raced in a couple of months. She, too, gets some relief as far as dropping from 35 down to 20,000. Gets Luis Saez, which is another reason why she's getting played. But it's been a while since she broke her maiden. She did it back in June of 2020 in a short field, going a one-turn mile. They even tried her in the Grade 2 8 Bell Stakes during Derby weekend in September. But she just really has not been able to remain at that kind of a level, and they dropped her down in class, and she showed them a bit of a response. So hopefully she gives them a little bit more here today. She looks nice, though, the chestnut daughter of Flashback, ready for her 13th career start. And then finally, the number 2 horse, Shy O Shy for Brett Calhoun. Not a good race last time out, but that was going 6.5 furlongs. That's a 2-turn race at Delta Downs, back to sprinting Gabby. I find it interesting that they bring this filly from Delta, but here she is, and this will be the first time that she's in for a tag today for trainer Brett Calhoun.
That's kind of the theme in this race, Scott, is that there are a lot of class droppers in here that you don't really know what to do with. But I, too, did land on the one, Irv's Wench, as a top pick for Mike Tomlinson. She's just been solid against similar competition. Last time out, she faced Starter Allowance Company for the $50,000 level. Those races can come up very tough anywhere you are, but definitely during the winter in South Florida at Gulfstream Park, that was a very solid field of horses. And then prior to that, if she's good enough to win against $50,000 claimers, the non-winners of 2 lifetime condition at Churchill Downs, she's good enough to win here. So Irv's Wench, she's got some recent form. Her last race was in February. She just looks like the filly to beat in here. We'll just have to work out a trip from that inside draw, as she's not going to be the fastest early. She's not going to be the slowest early. I just imagine she's going to get a stalking trip from the rail, and hopefully things open up for her. The number 4, Vamba, she's taking a big drop in class today. I was even considering picking her on top. 6-1 is a very fair price on a horse like this, because she's coming out of a 2 other than allowance at the fairgrounds, and that was only her second start off of a pretty significant layoff. She's got some back form, and I guess you could think that maybe she's not the mare that she once was, but this is the easiest field that she's ever run against in her entire career. So from that standpoint, I think you really have to consider her at 5-1. And then the 2, Shioshi, is the third selection for me. She's coming out of allowance races at Delta. I just don't really think those races came up that tough, but for me, she's kind of a speed play. I don't think anybody else can run with her early, so she very well could control things on the front end on her gate size and see where she can go from there for trainer Brett Calhoun. So Scott and I both landing on the one, Irv's Wench, as she is your second choice right now at 5-2. 1-4-2 for me in the second.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, $20,000 the claiming price. No changes in race 2. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Doubled in pick 3, wagering start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast. Turf is good. Post time at 8 minutes. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. There's extra effort from the outside. That one bounds right into stride. Vamba going to go with her. Vamba extra effort to contest the top spot. They will be joined by Shio Shi, who moves up down to the inside, close third, just a length off the early leader. Vamba has the lead. Vamba gets over next to the rail, leads it by 3/4 of a length. Extra effort goes second by the same margin. Then Shio Shi, who travels in third by a length to the far turn. Field Daisy fourth, break of just over 3 more lengths back to Irv's Wench, who is last, 22.37 seconds the time for the opening quarter. It is Vamba in front, a length and a half around the far turn. Now here's Shio Shi challenging extra effort for second. They move up together to the outside to try to get alongside of Vamba, who still leads it by a half length. But Shio Shi is there between horses. Extra effort moves up on the far outside. 3 line up across the track to contest the lead. Extra effort far outside now, putting ahead in front. Vamba is second, but fighting back to the inside. Field Daisy tries to pick up the leaders. You've still got Shio Shi battling on down toward the inside. Here comes Irv's Wench. 5 across the racetrack. Field Daisy running to the front. Irv's Wench is running on late to her outside. Field Daisy and Irv's Wench. Irv's Wench gets up by a neck on the line over Field Daisy.
She didn't show much speed today, but boy, did she show some finish once Joe Rocco Jr. got her out into the clear. The gray daughter of Race Day is able to make this race. Even at this point, at the quarter pole, she's got about 4 lengths to make up, Gabby, but she gets there in the end with that last lunge at the wire.
We mentioned that the rail post probably wasn't ideal considering her running style because she had to drop so far off of the pace. But fortunately, we had a couple pace setters in here creating that fast early pace and it all coming together for her in the end. But Joe Rocco Jr. really had to get down on her to get her to the finish line. And she winds up getting the victory as the favorite, the one Irv's Wench, with a nice performance here in race 2.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. 1, Irv's Winch was first. 3, Field Daisy was second. 5, Extra Effort was third. And 4, Vamba was fourth. Unofficial, 1, 3, 5, 4. The unofficial results for Keeneland's second race. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, 1, Irv's Winch, owned by Irv Woolsey and Ralph Kinder, trained by Michael Tomlinson. Joe Rocco Jr. is the jockey. Irv's Winch, a 4-year-old filly by Race Day, out of Cecil by Forestry, bred in Kentucky by Ralph Kinder and Irv Woolsey. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 10.47 seconds. Second race, results official. 1, 3, 5, 4, the official results. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch the 1, Guajira. Scratch the 2, Tranquil Times. And scratch the 4, Why Behave. Again, scratch 1, Guajira. Scratch 2, Tranquil Times. And scratch 4, Why Behave. No super high 5, no superfecta, no trifecta, no show wager on this third race. Fourth race, overweight, 3 Tootsie, the jockey 5 pounds over. That's the 3 Tootsie, the jockey 5 pounds over. Turf is listed good. Fifth race has no changes at this time.
Race number 3 is another group of 2-year-old fillies. They'll be running on the main track at 4.5 furlongs. And Wesley Ward again with the heavy favorite. That is Golden Bell, the number 7 horse. Cartel Queen is the filly that I'll start with, though, for trainer Tom Amos, a Cairo Prince filly who has had 2 sharp workouts out of the gate here at Keeneland, working 47-2 and 46-2, a full second faster 7 days prior to that 47-2 workout. So she's getting attention. Not surprised the Wesley filly is getting a majority of the money, but you've got to respect Cartel Queen for that gentleman right there, and Tom Amos, who is one of the top conditioners in Kentucky and wherever he has strings running. My second choice is Golden Bell. I've heard buzz about this filly as she gets set to compete for Cheyenne Stables and Hat Creek Racing. Again, Wesley Ward with a filly that looks like she should be tough, and this female family for this 2-year-old filly, the first dam has produced 3 2-year-old winners, so the precocity is there, and the money is certainly there as she's on her toes getting saddled with Wesley leading her around 4-5 right now on the favorite. And then finally, Baytown Valley Girl for Paul McKenty. Well beaten on debut, but at least has a race under her belt. Kind of a flip of the coin, really, between these other two, Gabby. And that's the case right now, really, in the wagering, 5-1 versus 10-1. Both of these fillies have had races, and they did so back on opening day. So we'll see which one of them can crack the top 3 here today, because it likely is going to end up being a 2-horse race with these two to the outside.
You would think so, considering where the money is going, and the money has been spot on in these baby races as well. The 6 Cartel Queen, I too decided to go against the Wesley baby in here with this first-time starter for trainer Tom Amos, a 2-year-old filly by Cairo Prince out of a Milwaukee Brew mare, Peach Brew. Mare was a graded stakes winner on the turf, so a very nice pedigree, precocious pedigree, and obviously this horse's workouts in the morning speak for themselves. When you're out working 114 other horses at Keeneland, that's definitely saying something, especially when you consider it's coming out of the gate. So just kind of reading between the lines, I would imagine this filly is extremely fit and also extremely fast, especially coming out of the starting gate. But we say this with older horses, with younger horses, everywhere in between, and if you talk to a handful of trainers, they'll tell you the same thing. Small fields can be very, very tricky, and this is only a field of 4. It comes so much down to strategy, rider strategy, and everything like that. So if this filly opens up on the field by a length or 2, sure, she'll probably win. But if that's not the case, if she goes head-and-head with, say, the 7 Golden Bell, things could be very interesting coming down the stretch. But she looks fantastic for trainer Tom Amos. The 7 Golden Bell, that first-time starter, coming out of the Wesley Ward barn, by Macho Uno out of Peggy May, this horse is a half-to-dock boy. He's a stakes winner on the turf. This horse just seems extremely capable. Strong hindquarter, strong shoulder, everything you have to like about this filly. Now, she is a late foal. Both of the favorites are late foals. They were born in May, so they're technically not even 2-year-olds yet, which is always something to consider during this time of year. But the 7 Golden Bell, of course, she looks ready for trainer Wesley Ward. I really do think it's going to come down to these two. And then the 3, Marlin Key, second-time starter for trainer Jason McCutcheon. She wasn't really bet in her first race, but I think, she probably needed it, and she also didn't have the smoothest trip in that race. It was a field of 8. She was extremely wide throughout the running of the race, and now with this smaller field and experience and getting Corey Lannery aboard, maybe she can run into the top 3. But I still am convinced that the winner's probably going to come towards the outside, whether it be the 6 or the 7, as they go off as your favorite and second choice right now. 4-5 on the 7, 6-5 on the 6. We are 16 minutes out from the second baby race on the day, race 3.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. The Headley, maiden special weight 2-year-old fillies over the Headley course. 4.5 furlongs, main track is fast. Scratch the 1 Guajira, scratch the 2 Tranquil Times, and scratch 4 Why Behave. No Super High 5, no Superfecta, no Trifecta, and no show wager on this third race. Double and pick 3 wagering are featured, though. Post time coming up in 7 minutes.
Two-year-olds warming up on track here, going through the post parade for the third race this afternoon, and you see 2 horses towards the outside, both sitting at even money. And when you look at these horses physically on track, it definitely looks like it's going to come between the 2 of them. I actually prefer the 6 Cartel Queen over the 7 Golden Bell in terms of not only how she looks as a physical, but also how she's behaving this afternoon. She just seems a little bit more calm, very, very professional too. And it's funny because both of these horses are late foals. They were born in May, and a lot of the time you see them physically, they don't look as mature as horses that are, say, born in February or January, a little earlier in the year. And I can't say that about this filly. She just physically looks as mature, if not more mature, than the rest of the field that she's in. And she's got a lot of length to her too, a nice long leggy frame, and she just looks very fit, very well prepared, and just an absolute pro on track today. So I would have to prefer her over the 2. Or over the 7, and Golden Bell, which will transition to this first-time starter for Wesley Ward. Completely different physical. She's much smaller, but she's stronger, I should say. The 6 has more of a longer, elegant feel to her, whereas the 7, she's very compact, very powerful in her hindquarters, good shoulder, and she's just not as tall. You can kind of see her in comparison to the pony that's ponying her around the racetrack. But she, too, looks fast. I have nothing negative to say about her. She looks good. She looks well prepared for Wesley Ward. I just prefer the number 6 Cartel Queen a little bit more than she is there. Both on the board at even money. We'll see who comes out on top in 4 minutes. Race 3 up next.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Headley. They are at the post. And they're off. Golden Bell, very quick into stride. Golden Bell, wasting no time, goes right out for the early lead. Marlin Key comes away in the second position. Cartel Queen is away running in third, but now beginning to catch up to those top two around the far turn. Then a break of 5 more lengths back to Baytown Valley Girl, who is last. Golden Bell, Cartel Queen now drawing alongside. That's the battle for the lead around the far turn. They're separated by a neck. They've opened up by 4 lengths back to Marlin Key. Gap of 4 more. Back of that one, Baytown Valley Girl in fourth. Golden Bell chased by Cartel Queen into the stretch. Golden Bell leads it by a length and a half. Cartel Queen is second. Now 2 lengths between the top two. Golden Bell kicking on in the final furlong as Cartel Queen is in second. And further back, Marlin Key, followed by Baytown Valley Girl. No catching Golden Bell. John Velasquez aboard. Golden Bell to win it. Cartel Queen was second. It'll be Baytown Valley Girl third, and then Marlin Key.
Yet another 2-year-old winner for Wesley Ward this meet, and a second on this afternoon as he took the opener and this time takes race number 3 with Golden Bell in the same fashion. Gabby, you get the lead. You're going to be tough in these 2-year-old races.
You just can't beat him. Whether it's in a stakes race, an allowance race, a 2-year-old race, Wesley Ward is just absolutely firing on all cylinders here. And once the gates open and I saw this filly open up on the field and the 6-knot break so fast, you knew it was over from there, and she really kicked clear in the end under Johnny Velasquez. Congratulations, another winner for Wesley Ward, another winner for Johnny V, and also her owner, and Hat Creek Racing and Cheyenne Stables. Congratulations, another 2-year-old winner.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. 7, Golden Bell was first. 6, Cartel Queen was second. 5, Baytown Valley Girl third. And 3, Marlin Key was fourth. 7-6-5-3, unofficial. Third race, results official. 7-6-5-3, the official results for Keeneland's third. Official winner of Keeneland's third race, the Headley, 7 Golden Bell, owned by Hat Creek Racing, owned also by Cheyenne Stables LLC, the trainer Wesley Ward, and the jockey John Velasquez. Golden Bell, a 2-year-old filly by Macho Uno, out of Peggy May by Lemon Drop Kid. Winner bred in Kentucky by Sierra Farm. 4.5 furlongs over the Headley course, 51.53 seconds. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6. No carryover for the pick 6, no carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5. A reminder about the overweight 3 Tootsie, jockey 5 pounds over. That's the 3 Tootsie, the jockey 5 pounds over. No changes in race 5, none in race 6. Other than the fact that in race 6, remember to take out the also eligibles 13 through 16 because they did not draw into the race. Just remember, 13 through 16 did not draw in. 7th race. Scratch the 4, Goodnight Olive. Scratch the 5, Rules for Us. Scratch the 6, Texas Melody. Scratch 14, Coed. That's in the 7th race. Scratch 4, Goodnight Olive. Scratch 5, Rules for Us. Also the 6, Texas Melody. And scratch 14, Coed. A reminder, number 13, Love Me Some Me, draws into the race. Featured 8th race, scratch the 9, figure it out. It's the featured 8th race, scratch the 9, figure it out. 9th and final race, scratch 4, Lemos Cunha. 9th and final race, scratch the 4, Lemos Cunha. Main track is fast, turf good.
Race number 4, 22 minutes to post. This is an entry-level allowance group of fillies and mares 4 and up, and they'll be going 1.5 miles on the turf course. So it's a 3-turn race. They start on the backstretch. Second time under the wire is the one that counts. There is a look at Talking Book, 6-5 right now. My top selection looks really nice right now for Shug McGahee and Sarah Farish, a homebred for Sarah Farish, daughter of Honor Code, who has come on in her last couple of races. She didn't run bad on debut, but she just wasn't quick away from the gate. I'm not saying she has been in her other 2 races, but she has certainly finished a lot stronger. And the 1.5 mile distance should not be an issue with this pedigree by Honor Code out of a King Mambo mare named Mumbo Jumbo. She was entered in a race last week that was taken off the turf course, so they scratched and waited in favor of this spot, and certainly looks like the right move. Johnny Velasquez looking for yet another on the card, back-to-back on the card. Talking Book deserves to be the favorite at odds of 7-5 with the stretch out to 1.5 miles. Jazzy Lady, the number 2 horse, is 10-1 for Greg Foley. She's a filly that I think will appreciate the step up and trip as well. She's gone as far as 1 mile 3/8. That was all the way back, though, in November of 2020, but she's come on in her last couple. She broke her maiden at Turfway. She didn't run bad at Fairgrounds in her first try against this at a level like this, I should say. So the fact that she's got a race at this level is an advantage that she has over the number 5 horse, the favorite Talking Book, 10-1. If you want to take a swing with the 2, I think that she's live in this race. And then the number 7 horse to round out my top 3, Sursum Corda for Ian Wilkes. She's another filly that should appreciate the step up and trip. She's run well at this level, just 2 starts back. Last time out, not so much. They tried her against Stakes Company in her first attempt against winners, but Gabby, she's a horse that, much like so many of these, will be trying to run on late. This should be a scramble to the finish around that far turn the second time they go around it, and, of course, as they straighten out for home.
A lot of the time you don't see a very fast pace in these 1.5 mile races, but it does kind of look like that could be the case in this race. I always say that pace really does make the race, even at 1.5 miles on the, or especially at 1.5 miles on the turf course, because we don't really see horses going this distance of ground. They're more so stayers. They don't really have that type of acceleration or turn of foot that you might see at 1 mile on the turf, or even 1 1/16 on the turf. So I always have a tendency to lean towards horses who might be a little bit more forwardly placed. And Candy Flower is definitely one of those contenders in here. She doesn't necessarily have to be on the lead, but she can successfully stalk the pace too, as she did last time out. Her last race, I will say, she was very close to a slow pace, 25-1, 49-4. Those are slow fractions, going 1 1/16 on the turf course, particularly at Gulfstream Park. But she's overcome fast paces, slow paces, paces in between before in the past as well. Even when she was trained by Graham Motion prior to the claim, she was running against decent competition and on the lead in fast paces at Aqueduct. So I have confidence in that she can kind of be a little bit more versatile, and wherever Tyler Gaffleone decides to place her, he'll be successful. So Candy Flower is the top pick as we go right to her outside the 5 Talking Book. This filly, she's a 4-year-old, and she's only making her fourth career start today. She had 2 starts in 2020, then she came back off the layoff to compete against Maiden Special Weight Company last time out at Gulfstream Park, going 1 1/8, and she closed well from off of the pace. It was a very impressive race visually. And I honestly do think that even with the stretch out in distance, she should be able to get that pace in front of her. I don't think she's going to be as far back as what we've seen her. She'll probably be able to sit mid-pack, and she hasn't really done much wrong, especially in her last 2 races. So Talking Book, well posted. It looks like an up-and-comer for trainer Shug McGahee. And then the 1, Tasama, for trainer Graham Motion. One thing that I found about Graham is his success with North American debuters. Sometimes his success comes with sprinters on the turf, sometimes going a distance of ground, but he just really knows how to prepare these horses first time in North America. Now, this filly is coming in off a layoff. She hasn't been seen since September of last year. But some of those races at York, they were okay. I think maybe equivalent to what she faces here today. And I just like the vote of confidence. Grand Motion finding this tough allowance race, bringing her off the shelf. And she does have one local work over the synthetic right here at Keeneland, so it looks like she's been here for at least a couple of weeks. But she will have to stretch out the distance to 1.5 miles on the turf, but she does pick up the likes of Joelle Rosario, and she is 5-1 on the board right now. Your favorite is the 5 Talking Book at 7-5 as we are coming up on the 4th race.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Greenfield Farm, an allowance for fillies and mares aged 4 and up. Mile and a half over the turf, listed good, rail at 10 feet. No scratches, no jockey changes in this fourth race. Overweight, 3 Tootsie, the jockey 5 pounds over. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6, no carryover, and no carryover for that Toyota Jackpot Super High 5. Post time at 7 minutes.
Eight to 5 favorite on the board is the number 5 Talking Book, and we're taking a closer look at her on track. And she does look like an elegant little filly. She's not very big in size, but you don't necessarily want that going 1.5 miles on the turf. She seems fit. She seems ready to go. She gets Johnny B in the irons as well, and you can see her just kind of prancing along, just really full of herself on track today. She is your 8 to 5 favorite. As we transition over to the number 1 Tasuma for trainer Graham Motion, I just had a chance to quickly speak to his assistant and just asked how that work was on the training track over the synthetic here last week, and she said that it was really, really good. This filly seems like she's really transitioned nicely to Keeneland, and you can see that she is dappled. She's got such a shine on her coat. She looks extremely fit too. So it is always a question coming in off of such a layoff and going 1.5 miles if you can really get them at their best to go 1.5 miles off of the layoff. But a lot of the time too, we see at this distance horses kind of shut off in the beginning of the race, and they just really need to be fit for the second half of the race, and she definitely seems fit. You can kind of see her coat glistening in the sun. She looks fantastic. So I am liking her even more so after observing her on track. Just a classy, very bright-looking filly. That's the one. Tasuma, stateside debuter here for trainer Graham Motion, gets Joelle Rosario aboard. She is 9 to 2. We are 4 minutes out from race 4.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Greenfield Farm, start of the pick 6. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Candy Flower. Candy Flower right out for the lead. Tassamu is away running in second. Ya Beauty third. And Sursum Corda away running fourth up on the outside. Jazzy Lady up close, one lane off the rail at fifth. Now fourth. And now challenging for third. And now for second as they head onto that far turn. Awkward move there for Talking Book. Got caught down toward the inside of horses. Had to check briefly. Lost a length or so, but now settles down in between horses. A lane off the rail. Got first course there to the outside. And room for Tootsie to move up closer from last down toward the inside. After all that, the opening quarter is up on the board 27.01 seconds. Candy Flower, the leader. Candy Flower shows the way here early, leads it by a length. And then Jazzy Lady is second, followed closely by Tassamu. Tassamu third to the inside. Sursum Corda fourth up on the outside. Ya Beauty between horses is in fifth with one circuit to go. First course stays toward the outside. Got Tootsie at the back toward the rail and Talking Book in between that pair at the back. 53.5 seconds was the time for the first half mile. Candy Flower is the leader. Candy Flower on top by a length and a half. Jazzy Lady continues to travel in second toward the outside, and then Tassamu. And Tassamu stays toward the rail in third, just a length and a half off the lead. Sursum Corda is just off her flank in the fourth position. Talking Book has moved up a couple of positions, now shifting lanes toward the center of the course, up into fifth, 5 lengths from the front. Tootsie against the rail sixth, first course seventh, and Ya Beauty is shuffled out to last. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 20.19 seconds. Up the backstretch they go. Candy Flower continues to show the way. Candy Flower in front by almost a full length. Jazzy Lady is second by 3/4 of a length. Sursum Corda third. Tassamu fourth. Down toward the inside. Still within 2 lengths of the lead as they head for the far turn. Talking Book is fifth on her outside. First course, Ya Beauty. And Tootsie now last as they enter the final of 3 turns. And Candy Flower still the leader. Candy Flower leads at a length and a half. Jazzy Lady second by a neck. Sursum Corda third on the outside. And Talking Book is fourth toward the outside. Still 3.5 to 4 lengths off the lead with Tossamoo against the rail to her inside. Then First Course and Ya Beauty Tootsie last quarter mile to come. Candy Flower is the leader. And Candy Flower, who has controlled the tempo since the start, opens up by 3 lengths coming to the 8th pole. Sursum Corda second. Tossamoo third. Jazzy Lady is in 4th. Ya Beauty in 5th. And First Course running late from 6th. Candy Flower in front by 3. First Course is running on, and so is Tossamoo, trying to catch Candy Flower. Tossamoo, First Course. Look at First Course striding forward. First Course to win it by a neck on the line. It was Candy Flower home second and Tossamoo third.
The 4 Candy Flower slowed it down as much as you possibly could in a race like this. 27 flat, 53 and 2 for the half mile, 120 flat for 3/4. These are fractions you never see run this slow even at this distance. And a great ride from the rider on the number 4 horse, Tyler Gaffleone. But in the end, it's First Course and Rafael Bejarano able to kick in late and get there just before the wire.
A slow pace, Scott, but I think we also have to consider that the turf has some moisture in it. It is listed as good, but we were off the turf yesterday, so despite a slow pace, it might have been a little bit tiring, and that's what we saw with the 4 Candy Flower. She just couldn't quite make it to the end, and it set up beautifully for the closer, the 8 First Course for trainer Vicky Oliver. The big upset at 17 to 1.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race. The 8 First Course was first. 4 Candy Flower second. 1 Tossamoo was third. 7 Sursum Corda was fourth. And 6 Ya Beauty was fifth. 8-4-1-7-6 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 4th race, the Greenfield Farm, 8 First Course. G. Watts Humphrey Jr., the owner, Victoria Oliver, the trainer, Rafael Bejarano, the jockey. First Course, 4-year-old filly by Curlin out of Dining Out by Dynaformer, winner bred in Kentucky by Rashid Sheikhudanov. The 1.5 miles over the turf listed good, 2 minutes 34.29 seconds. Fourth race, results official. 84176, the official results. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the late pick 5. Main track is listed fast. The turf listed good today. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $2,237. Race 5 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in the fifth race. Looking ahead to race 6, a reminder, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Seventh event, scratch the 4, Good Night Olive. Scratch 5, Rules for Us. Scratch 6, Texas Melody. And scratch the 14. Scratch 4, Good Night Olive. Scratch 5, Rules for Us. Scratch 6, Texas Melody. And scratch 14, Co-Ed. A reminder, number 13 draws into the race, Love Me Some Me. Featured 8th race, scratch 9, Figure It Out. Again, scratch 9, Figure It Out. 9th and final event, scratch the 4, Lemos Cunha. 9th and final event, scratch the 4, Lemos Cunha.
It's late pick 5 time on this Thursday card, and it starts with race number 5, starter optional 10 for 4 and up, which is started for the tag of $5,000 or less in 2020, 2021, or a $10,000 claiming price. And there's a look at Zanesville, a horse that's already won this meet here at Keeneland, was a winner by a length and 3/4 in the slop on the 10th of April, so just 12 days ago. And George Leonard, his trainer, bringing him back on the quick turnaround. And why not? I mean, this is a horse that shows up each and every time. You look at his last 10 starts, and he's only had one race in which he finished out of the top 3. That was all the way back in October of 2020. He's won twice this year in just 4 starts. He had 5 wins last year. He's a straightforward runner. He can sit close to the pace if it's not that fast. He can lay well back off the pace if it is quicker, like he did last time out. And Rafael Bejarano is right back with him. So Zanesville, the old pro, 34th start. He's looking for his 11th victory as he looks over the paddock here as he's saddled up waiting for the rider's up call. Clearly the one to beat. The one horse till then is the second choice coming in from Mahoning Valley, just also on a quick turnaround. Last race on the 6th of April was third in the A-then allowance race for a little bit more money. Winner 2 back at Turfway Park, makes his Keeneland debut. You've got to respect his current form. They claimed him for $5,000, and they've done some good with him, as Larry Smith and Back Porch Stable, the 5-year-old son of Point of Entry. Good luck to them. He's 7-1 right now on the tote board. I think you got to figure him in this race just based on his recent form. And then Valley Cove to round things out. Gabby, Eric Reed's good first off the claim. He's won a quarter of his most recent first off the claim races, 25%. This is another veteran of the racing scene. This will be the 38th start for the son of Lemon Drop Kid, looking for his 6th win. And so we'll see if they can right the ship here after claiming him for $8,000. Corrales takes the call. Gerardo Corrales, who has started to take advantage of some opportunities and do some good here in the last couple of days. So pretty clear favorite, Gabby. I don't think much will change over the course of the next 13 minutes with Zanesville sitting at 6-5.
I figured that Zanesville would be a heavy favorite in here, just given his form, but I'm going to take a little shot against him here with the number 1 Till Then. This horse has been very consistent in his 9-race career. He's a 4-time winner, has finished in the money 6 times out of 9 starts, and he's just reliable. His last race was maybe a little bit too tough. It was an A-then at Mahoning Valley, but his race 2 starts back at Turfway Park, where he faced Starter Allowance Company at the $5,000 level, was good. And when you look at that race, I think the class really compares to this field here today. He managed to pull off a victory in that particular race, and I think he can do the same here. He should be able to get a nice stalking trip from that inside post, and because he's not that slow, he should be able to just sit right off of the leaders here, especially going a mile and a 16th. So the class is there, and you should be able to get a decent price on him. He should come down off of that 7-1, but I think 5-1, 4-1 even would be a very fair price on this horse. The 7, Zanesville, he is extremely reliable. 10-time winner, 33 career starts. He's made over $200,000 in earnings. He's a winner here at Keeneland, as we saw last time out. My only knock against him, I would say, and it's hard for me to do that because I love these types of horses that just try each and every time. But I wonder if the main track last time out helped his performance at all. It was a sloppy sealed track. He's a 4-time winner. Going into the race, he was a 3-time winner out of 4 starts on a sloppy track. And he was facing a bunch of horses that didn't really have off-track form. So I do think he was the best on that surface that day. And the playing field might be a little bit more level today on a fast main track. He can certainly win. I'm just trying to poke holes in a horse that's going to be a heavy favorite. And then finally, the number 2, Subdued, for Justin Atkins. Barn is doing well, 23% on the year. I did think it was a big gap between the 1 and the 7 and the rest of the field, but the 2, Subdued, looks like he can run into the mix as riders are being legged up. And the 5th race is up next to start the late pick 5.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race. Starter optional claiming race for a price of $10,000. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. No scratches, no jockey changes in race 5. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here. The late pick 5 begins here. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $2,237. Post time in 7 minutes.
Some front side observations for race number 5, start of the late pick 5. Subdued, looked nice as he came through the tunnel. Son of Discreetly Mine. He's a 3-time winner from 19 starts, and Sean Bridgman gets the opportunity here. This is a gelding that just picked up a victory for 8,000, and he is being protected in this spot. Obviously, he's not in the sort of form that Zanesville is, but he's one that you can respect at a nice price right now. He's 9-1 on the board. Zanesville is just a cool dude. Watching him in the paddock and watching him come through the tunnel, and now watching him warm up, he does everything just as easy as a horse can possibly do it, and there's nothing that looks like it's going to bother him. George Leonard III, kudos to him and his team and the job that they've done with him recently in the form that he's held. He really looks like he's ready to fire a big race, thus the even money price on the board. And then Blue Steel is another one that looked nice. He's on par as far as size is concerned with Zanesville. Blue Steel, son of Will Take Charge, just in over his head last time out at Oaklawn Park in an other than allowance race. Those are tough races there at Oaklawn in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Prior to that, running some good races. Don't be shocked if he bounces back, and he's run a solid race here in the past at Keeneland, cracking the top 3 via disqualification last October. He is getting plenty of attention, being bet down to odds of 7-2. But it's all about Zanesville seeking to become a 2-time winner here at the Keeneland Spring Meet in 2021.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fifth race, start of the late pick 5. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Blue Steel. Blue Steel outrunning for the lead from the outside. Has company, though. Till Then and Subdued move up down to the inside. There goes Till Then up the rail for the lead. Till Then to the front. Blue Steel up on the outside goes second. Subdued backs away from that pair. Stays a bit wide off the rail. Opens up a couple of lanes to his left into the first turn. And settles back into third position. 3.5 lengths off the early lead. Followed closely by Congrats This on the outside and fourth head. There goes Trace Eckes moving up fifth into fourth with a ground-saving trip around that first turn. Valley Cove, Zanesville, and Forecastle at the back. It was 24.28 seconds, the time for that opening quarter. Blue Steel, the leader. Blue Steel in front, leads it by just over 2 lengths. And Till Then is second by 3/4 of a length. Subdued third, a half length on the outside. Room at the rail for Trace Eckes, who moves up a closer fourth, now to challenge for third and also for the second spot. Congrats This stays out in the center of the track in fifth. Valley Cove sixth between horses. Zanesville is seventh against the rail. And Zanesville moves up the inside, but is still 4.5 to 5 lengths off the lead. Further back, Forecastle trails. 48.56 seconds for the opening half mile. Blue Steel is the leader midway on the far turn. Leads Subdued a length and a half. Trace Eckes to the inside is in third, 2 lengths off the lead. And then Valley Cove is fourth at the quarter pole and looking for some running room. Starts to change lanes. Moves up toward the outside. Still 4 lengths from the front. Congrats This, then Zanesville. Zanesville's toward the inside. 7 lengths off the lead into the short stretch. And Blue Steel has opened up on a 5-length margin. Valley Cove is second. Trace Eckes is third. Zanesville is fourth toward the rail. Then Subdued is fifth. Blue Steel final 16th. A 3-length lead. Valley Cove runs on toward second. Blue Steel in front at the wire. Blue Steel, Miguel Mena to win it. Valley Cove was up for second and neck over Trace Eckes across the line in third, followed by Zanesville and Subdued.
He was sharp today. He broke away from the starting gate, got right to the lead with Miguel Mena, and had enough left in the end to spurt away from him as he turns for home with a 3-length advantage. Blue Steel strong today, picking up his first win at Keeneland.
And the trainer, Jeff Hiles, told me before the race that this horse just had an adverse reaction when he shipped out of town last time out. He said completely throw out that race. This horse is sitting on a big performance today, and he certainly was. He gets the victory at 7-2. Congratulations to Jeff Hiles.
Photo for place, sold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race: 8 Blue Steel was first, 6 Valley Cove second, 4 Trace Eckes third, 7 Zanesville was fourth, and 2 Subdued was fifth. 8, 6, 4, 7, 2. Unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, 8 Blue Steel, owned by James Woodruff, trained by Jeff Hiles. Miguel Mena, the jockey. Blue Steel, a 5-year-old gelded son of Will Take Charge out of Coca-Cola by Candy Ride. Winner bred in Kentucky by Mockmer Hall, 8.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 44.66 seconds. Race 5, results official. 86472, the official results. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the late pick 4. Turf is listed good. The rail at 10 feet. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $4,907. A reminder in race 6, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. 7th race, scratch the 4, Goodnight Olive. Scratch 5, Rules for Us. Scratch 6, Texas Melody, and scratch 14, Coed. Scratch 4, Goodnight Olive, 5, Rules for Us, 6, Texas Melody, and 14, Co-Ed. A reminder, number 13, Love Me Some Me, moves into the race. 13 draws in. Featured 8th race, scratch 9, Figure It Out. It's in the featured 8th race, scratch 9, Figure It Out. 9th and final race, scratch the 4, Lemos Cunha. 9th and final race, scratch 4, Lemos Cunha. Rock Along second, You So Money Baby third toward the inside, Artos in fourth, Pammy's Ready still far back in fifth, Rithen in front by 8 lengths in the final 16th here, Artos and You So Money Baby, and also Pammy's Ready going at it for the second spot. Miss Chamita runs late toward the rail, no catching Rithen. Rithen wins it convincingly for Joel Rosario. Artos was across the line in second. Head in front. Vamba is second, but fighting back to the inside. Field Daisy tries to pick up the leaders. You still got She battling on down toward the inside. Here comes Irv's Winch. 5 across the racetrack. Field Daisy running to the front. Irv's Winch is running on late to her outside. Field Daisy and Irv's Winch. Irv's Winch gets leads it by a length and a half. Cartel Queen is second. Now 2 lengths between the top two. Golden Bell kicking on in the final furlong as Cartel Queen is in second. And further back, Marlin Key, followed by Baytown Valley Girl. No catching Golden Bell. John Velasquez aboard. Golden Bell to win it. Cartel Queen was second. It'll be Baytown Valley Girl third, and then Marlin Key. Court is second, Tassamu third, Jazzy Lady is in fourth, Ya Beauty in fifth, and First Course running late from sixth. Candy Flower in front by 3. First Course is running on, and so is Tassamu, trying to catch Candy Flower. Tassamu, First Course, look at First Course, striding forward. First Course to win it by a neck on the line. Cove is second. Trace Eckes is third. Zanesville is fourth toward the rail, then Subdued is fifth. Blue Steel, final 16th, a 3-length lead. Valley Cove runs on toward second. Blue Steel in front at the wire. Blue Steel, Miguel Mena to win it.
The excitement of Kentucky Derby Week and the return of the Keeneland April Horses of Racing Age sale. Backed by a history of success, the 2021 April sale introduces a new integrated format featuring an enhanced all-digital catalog and the option to buy horses on site in the Keeneland sales ring or remote from anywhere in the world. The April Horses of Racing Age sale, Monday, April 26th.
Big field to sort through to start the late pick 4, race number 6, second level allowance race. Fillies and Mares 4 and up, and they'll be going a mile and a 16th on the good listed turf course. Right now, looking at the number 5 horse, that is How Ironic for Vicky Oliver, G. Watts Humphrey Jr. Vicky looking for their second win on the card today. And daughter of Tonalist, who was stakes tested in her last 3 starts. She's stakes placed in the Valley View as well as the Mrs. Revere at Churchill, and not far away from being stakes placed again in the Hillsborough at Tampa Bay Downs. So she'll be getting some class relief here today. The last time she ran against the Allowance Company was a win at Ellis Park, which was an impressive win at that back at the beginning of August. And then they immediately jumped into the deep end of the pool and tackling horses like Michelin and Starring Sky, who we'll see running later on today. But this is a very good filly that we've seen some big runs from and expect to see more of the same, and looks great out in the sun. Chestnut, daughter of Tonalist, out of the Damn Sarcastic by Distorted Humor, who has produced a couple of winners from just 3 starters during her broodmare career. So 5-1, really nice price on How Ironic. The number 12 horse is my second choice, Watez, the current favorite at odds of 5-2. Going to get plenty of run up to that first turn. Might make the lead or be close to it coming out of the mile race. I think the longer distance is much more suited to this filly. But with that being said, she was stakes place, graded stakes place in the Lake George going a mile. But out of that was fourth behind How Ironic in the Valley View and fifth behind her in the Mrs. Revere. So she got a drop in class last time out, and we'll see if the added distance works out for her. She gets plenty of attention as the current choice 5-2. The 2-horse is the third choice for me. That is a 4-1 shot, Family Way for Brendan Walsh, a Kentucky-bred filly, bred by Diamond Creek Farm, filly by Uncle Mo, but she has spent her career over in France. She won her second career start. She won last time out on the synthetic at Deauville, and Brendan Walsh, fantastic trainer, going to add Lasix, gets Tyler Gaffleone. She's had steady workouts since mid-February in South Florida. You got to think that she should be ready to go for her stateside debut. But, Gabby, this is a very tough race to start the late pick for. It's one of these types of races where you just feels like you need to have coverage in order to get into the second leg successfully.
You can see it reflected on the tote board right now with the number 12 with Tez as your 5-2 favorite. But other than that, you get 3-1, you get 4-1, 5-1, really all over the board here. But I did land on the 12 with Tez as the top selection for trainer Ian Wilkes. I think she needed her last race, and I also don't think that she is best at the mile distance. I actually really like her stretching out a little bit farther than the mile in which she ran last time out. And if you go back and watch that race at Gulfstream Park, it was a situation where the winner, Toffin, she broke sharply, she went to the lead, and she did wind up going gate to wire. There weren't a lot of horses to improve their position throughout that race. It's a race that we like to call a merry-go-round race because nobody really improved their position. But she ran on late, and I thought it was a very encouraging performance. And with the overall lack of early pace in here, and at this distance, I think Watez will be forwardly placed. Now, at this distance on the turf, you have the full run of the stretch to try to cross over and save ground going into the first turn. So I don't think this post position is that detrimental considering the configuration of the turf course here at Keeneland. The 6 Valletta is the second choice for trainer Danny Gargan. She's 3-1 right now, but it really is a question of class with her. It's not so much her talent. She's been very good in her last 3 races. She's coming into the race riding on a 3-race win streak. And some of those races she closed into fast paces. She found herself more forwardly placed in slow paces. I actually really liked her race 2 back at Gulfstream Park because Louis Saez, who was aboard her that day, judged the slow pace in front, and he decided to make an early move with her. And sometimes that works out, sometimes it doesn't. And it's proved to be the right move. And Louis Saez is back aboard her here today. He might find himself in a similar position with a slow pace. At least that's what is projected on paper. But this is still the toughest race, toughest group that she's faced pretty much in her entire career. So it really is a class test. And then we get to the number 5, How Ironic. She is the class of the race. I don't think you can question that. She's been going against grade 1 performers like Micheline. Even before that, she ran in the grade 2, Mrs. Revere, the Valley View. Some really nice races and some really nice horses that she's been running against. My only issue with her here was her last race and also how long it took her to get going. And I just don't think it's going to be a very fast pace. So she's going to have to overcome the overall lack of pace in here. We'll see if Rafael Bejarano can work out the right type of trip as riders are up for the upcoming 6th race, which kicks off that late pick 4.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's 6th race. The Hurstland, an allowance for fillies and mares age 4 and up. A mile and 3/16 on the turf listed good. Rail at 10 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering started the late pick 4. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $4,907. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Post time at 7 minutes.
Less than 6 minutes to play the late pick 4 and frontside observations. Taking a look at the one-horse Queen Bridget. She's a winner on the grass in 5 attempts, a 2-time winner overall. Nice-looking filly, daughter of Verrazano for Johnny Ortiz and Adam Beschizza. She's 37-1 right now on the tote board. She's got some back class to her. She did win on the synthetic just 2 starts back. This is a filly that was last year at the age of 3, only 4.5 lengths behind She Dares the Devil in the Grade 3 Honeybee. She Dares the Devil would eventually go on and win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks. So interesting spotting by this filly. She's had success here and there. Maybe she can turn it around. It seems as though her best performances will seemingly just pop out of nowhere. And based on her last couple of races, she is in line for that kind of pattern at 37-1. The number 2 horse, Family Way. She was feeling good when she came out with the pony, really a bit rambunctious. It's nice to see that she's settled in now with Tyler Gaffleone. This is a positive sign because she was I don't know if she's just not used to the pony or whatever it was, but now she is in much better shape as she gets ready for her U.S. debut, the daughter of Uncle Mo, who sits at 4-1 on the tote board. And then finally the 9-horse Curly Ruth. A nice-looking filly for Green Lantern Stables. A Keeneland graduate from the September sale of 2018. Daughter of Curlin, out of a really nice stakes runner, Rutharian, from a number of years back, who's turned into quite the producer. She's hit some good form as of late, and this is a filly that comes up from Tampa Bay Downs. You got Joel Rosario at 8-1. The number 9 horse, Curly Ruth. Don't sleep on her if you're playing the late pick 4. You got 4 minutes to get those tickets in.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's sixth race, the Hurstland, start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. And there goes Gamblin' Train down toward the inside out for the lead, along with Family Way. Valletta from between horses, and Vitesh moves up from the outside as well in the opening strides. Miss Imperfection going to be right there in the center of the course as they head for the first turn. Family Way and Valletta contesting the lead. Naomi Broadway between horses, along with Gamblin' Train. These four in a line as they head past the wire for the first time. And it will be Naomi Broadway for Alex Ashard, who comes out of that four-way shuffle and gets the lead by a length and a half as starts to angle toward the rail. Family Way is second, Gamblin' Train third. Valletta moves up 2 spots, fourth into second, a length off the lead, but 3 wide around the first turn. And then Vitesh is fifth between horses. Miss Imperfection sixth on her outside. Queen Bridget moves up 1 spot from seventh against the rail. Further back, Tweety Show is eighth between horses. Niseno, ninth out in the center of the course. How Ironic is 10th against the rail. Curly Ruth is 11th up the back stretch. Loving Moment last of the 12. It was 24.66 for the opening quarter. 49.82 seconds for the opening half mile. Naomi Broadway the leader. Naomi Broadway against the rail leads at 3/4 of a length. Valletta is right there and beginning to draw alongside the leader. A neck separates the top two into the far turn. Family Way against the rail is third by just a head. And then comes Gamblin' Train, who's fourth up on the outside. A gap of 2 more lengths to Vitesh. Miss Imperfection caught wide. Queen Bridget against the rail is 5 from the lead. Here is Valletta from the outside, putting ahead in front. Naomi Broadway fights right back, though. And Family Way looking for running room at the quarter pole as they turn for home. Behind that pair, she's third, and now changing lanes toward the far outside. Naomi Broadway and Valletta going at it for the lead. Family Way is third, Vitesh fourth. How Ironic is running late, and How Ironic is closing ground on the far outside, but has to catch Valletta. Family Way between that pair. How Ironic just keeps on coming after Valletta. Family Way between that pair is right there as well. How Ironic wins at Family Way second, Valletta third. Vitesh was fourth, close for fifth.
2 for her last 2 when facing Allowance Company. How Ironic from well off the pace as Vicky Oliver once again strikes here on this Thursday card with a nice daughter of Tonalist.
2 wins for Vicky Oliver. Wow, she definitely prepared this horse well. She said that 1 1/8 might have been a little bit too short for her last time out, and she needed that race. She's got one way of going and one way of going only, and that's just to make her move at the top of the stretch. So well-timed move by Rafael Bejarano to get the win as she wins at 4-1 here for race 6.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. 5, How Ironic was first. 2, Family Way second. 6, Valletta was third. 12, Vitesh was fourth. And 4, Naomi Broadway fifth. 5, 2, 6, 12, 4, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland, 6th race, the Hurstland 5. How ironic. 2 wins over a route of ground on the turf today for the owner-trainer-jockey combination. G. Watts Humphrey Jr., Victoria Oliver, Rafael Bejarano. How ironic, a 4-year-old filly by Tonalist out of Sarcastic by Distorted Humor. Winner bred in Kentucky by G. Watts Humphrey Jr. Mile and 3/16 over the turf listed good, 1 minute 57.01 seconds. The results of race 6 official, 5:26.12.4. The official results. Keeneland 7th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $8,472. Scratch 4, Goodnight Olive. Also scratch the 5, Rules for Us, the 6, Texas Melody, and 14, Coed. Again, scratch 4, Goodnight Olive, as well as 5, Rules for Us, 6, Texas Melody, and 14, Coed. Number 13, Love Me Some Me, draws into the race. Featured 8th race, scratch the 9, Figure It Out. It's the featured 8th race, scratch the 9, Figure It Out. 9th and final event, scratch the 4, Lemos Cunha. 9th race, scratch the 4, Lemos Cunha. Main track is fast, turf good.
Race number 7 provides the final pick 3 opportunity of the afternoon. Maiden special weight group of 3-year-old fillies, and they'll be going 6.5 furlongs on the main track. Stand By You, 2-5 right now on the tote board. She was 1-5 just a moment ago. This is a filly, if you caught today at Keeneland earlier this morning, that Gabby did a great job in pointing out the trouble that she had at the start of the race. I mean, she was just pinballed around. She was sideswiped, shuffled back, but she was able to run on late, and that's why folks are hopeful that she can run big here today if she breaks better. So that's going to be key to her success. She's already proven that she's a gamer, and we'll see if she can pull it off here today in her second start. But 2-5 is a very short price on a second-time starter. The number 9 horse, Honorably, is my second choice as a filly by Honor Code for Brendan Walsh. Going to add blinkers to this filly. She's 7-1 right now. She was sharp away from the gate in her last race and only race at the end of March at Gulfstream. Adding blinkers here today, we'll see if that can carry her speed a little bit further. She was bet on debut, but a little bit cold on the tote board right now, sitting at 7-1 with all the action on the number 2 horse. And then finally, the number 10 horse, Poetic Honor for Eddie Keneally, an Honor Code filly for Susan and Jim Hill. 2 solid workouts coming in to this debut effort. The barn clicks at 11% with first-time starters. I think that there's hope for this 8-1 shot right now. But, Gabby, did you envision 2-5 on Stand By You?
I figured this horse to be a very heavy favorite in here. 2-5 seems very low, but I hate to say it, it kind of makes sense in here, Scott, because where else do you go? We had the first or second time starter for Chad Brown was scratched. A lot of people were looking to the 5 rules for us. A first time starter for Dallas Stewart with Luis Saez. That horse is out now too. So there's really nowhere else to go. And on top of that, people love trebled trips. And on top of that, this horse was bet in her first start. So you put everything together, and you're going to get a very heavy favorite in here. And it's unfortunate for us. I really did like this filly in the beginning of the day, and I thought we would be able to get a good price on her with the presence of Chad's filly. But now that I mentioned, with some of those scratches, you're not going to get any type of value on this filly. Her first race, as Scott mentioned, when she was coming out of the gate, not only was she just bumped hard, but she almost turned sideways. It was that significant coming out of the gate. From the head-on view, you can see her completely turn her head towards the inside rail. And then once again, a couple strides out, she had to check again and come back. But what was so encouraging about that first race was that after that, she was so courageous. She never gave up. She was kind of weaving in and out of traffic, down on the inside, got a lot of experience from that effort. And I'm just hoping that she has better luck this afternoon. I wouldn't be surprised if she's more forwardly placed as well. She looks great. I thought she looked great in her first start. And we'll see what she can do. I just think she's a talented filly with some misfortune in her first race. The 9 Honorably, second choice for me as well for Brendan Walsh. Stretching out in distance, I think she might have an easier go of it. She just looked like she was really hard pressed to kind of go to the lead last time out. But now with 6.5 furlongs, maybe she'll be able to settle. She does get the blinkers on, and she looks to control the race early if some of these other first-time starters don't necessarily show speed. So we talk about 2 logical horses. I'll throw in a long shot, the 7 Sea Song for trainer Neil Howard. This is a filly that did debut at Turfway, going 6 furlongs against Maiden Special Weight Company, and that was actually an okay race. She had a wide trip that day. She was 11-1, and there was one horse within that race named Congratulated. She actually exited that race at Turfway to come to Keeneland and win a Maiden Special Weight. She got an improved figure of 72 by her speed figure. So there have been some horses to exit that race and even win out of it at tracks like here at Keeneland. So I think that this is a really live long shot, 19-1. She's got a pedigree to handle the main track, being by the Factor, and it's sent out by Neil Howard here at 19-1. So we are 12 minutes out. That's my long shot play in the top 3, but I did go to the 2 Stand By You. We'll see if she has better racing luck this afternoon.
Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's 7th race. Scratch number 13, Love Me Some Me. Late scratch in Keeneland's 7th race. Scratch number 13, Love Me Some Me. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Sierra Farm, maiden special weight 3-year-old fillies, 6.5 furlongs over the main track, listed fast. Scratch 4, Goodnight Olive, 5, Rules for Us, 6, Texas Melody. Also scratch 13, Love Me Some Me, and 14, Coed. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $8,472. Post time in 5 minutes.
Taking a look at the first-time starter, Poetic Honor for Susan and Jim Hill, bred by Delridge Farm here in Kentucky, a honor code filly who's putting together a nice warm-up under Johnny Velasquez.
There were a couple of fillies that were walking out to the track, looked a little bit skittish, maybe not focused on the task at hand. She was one of them, but she looks like she's warming up nicely here with her ears forward, and sometimes it's just that process of going through the tunnel, coming out to the track, getting those jitters out, and we see Johnny Velasquez giving her that strong warm-up to get some of those jitters out. But she looks very fit. She's not the biggest filly, very narrow filly too, which I kind of like, Scott, because honor codes, they have a tendency to be a little bit on the heavier side, maybe a little bit more late developing, and she doesn't necessarily look like that.
Let's go to the 7-horse 15-1 Sea Song for Stoneway Farm, Neil Howard. She does have experience. That came at Turfway Park where she was 11-1. She did make up some lengths over the course of, at least positions over the course of that race. She's trying dirt for the first time, daughter of the Factor.
It was a strung out field. The winner won by over 5 lengths. Second place finisher well behind her. Third place finisher well behind her. So strung out field, not crazy about that, but I mentioned it has been a productive race as the second place finisher came back to win a maiden special weight here at Keeneland. And she was one of the calmer fillies. She was acting very professionally today. Mentioned some fillies here, a little high energy, maybe so much a little on their toes too, but she was not that. So a professional looking filly here at 15-1 as you hear the call to post 2 minutes out from race 7.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Sierra Farm. They are at the post. And they're off. Poetic Honor. Quick into stride. Terms and conditions right there, and Honorably has early speed as well. Honorably moves up to the inside, takes the lead from Poetic Honor. Terms and conditions goes third. A Part of My Charm moves up the rail in fourth. Past Sea Song in fifth. Beyond a Million sixth. In a Dream is in seventh position. Our Eva eighth up on the outside. And Stand By You is ninth and last for the move to the far turn and is running nearly a dozen lengths off the lead. Opening quarter went 22.27 seconds. Honorably is the leader by 3 lengths around the turn. Poetic Honor second, a length and a half. And then A Part of My Charm to the inside. Terms and Conditions to the outside. Terms and Conditions has third. A Part of My Charm is in fourth. Break of 5 more lengths. Beyond a Million fifth. Sea Song is in sixth position. In a Dream is in seventh. Stand By You is eighth. Still nearly a dozen from the front off the turn. Our Eva is last. Honorably a 5-length lead. Back to Poetic Honor in second off the turn. A Part of My Charm is third. And In a Dream is in fourth. Stand By You is out in the center of the track, still far back at this point. The leader's past the 8th pole. Honorably, Poetic Honor coming on, and then Stand By You. Poetic Honor, Stand By You. Poetic Honor to the front, Stand By You. Stand By You wins it for Joel Rosario. Big run down the stretch. Poetic Honor was second, going to be close for third, either In a Dream or A Part of My Charm for that third spot.
What an incredible late run from Stand By You. Not exactly the same thing happened to her away from the starting gate, but pretty close. She wasn't quick. She took some contact. And at this point in time, she's got a world of work to do. And it looked like the 9 was long gone, but she just keeps on coming on the outside.
Scott, you and I were talking as this race was running, and I said, there's no way this filly's going to win today. No way, even at the top of the stretch. And she just turned it into a new gear. Wow, what a performance we saw. And there weren't many horses that were closing from off of the pace. I know the pace stopped, but she absolutely ran down every single horse in this field despite that troubled beginning. She looks like a very nice filly for trainer Todd Beatty and Tommy Town Thoroughbreds. Congratulations to them with Joel Rosario up in the iron. She's a winner at 3-5.
Photo for show. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. 2, Stand By You was first. 10, Poetic Honor second. 3, In a Dream was third. 1, A Part of My Charm was fourth. 9, Honorably finished fifth. 2, 10, 3, 1, 9, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Sierra Farm, 2 Stand By You, owned by Tommytown Thoroughbreds LLC of Tommy Stoll, trained by Todd Beatty. 2 wins today for Joel Rosario. Stand By You, a 3-year-old filly by Munnings, out of Medaglia d'Argento by Medaglia d'Oro. Winner bred in Kentucky by Silesia Farm. 6.5 furlongs over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 17.67 seconds. Race 7, results official. 2:10.319, the official results. Keeneland's featured 8th race upcoming to start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Turf listed good, rail at 10 feet today. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $9,520. Scratch the 9, figure it out. Again, scratch 9, figure it out. 9th and final race, scratch the 4, Lemos Cunha. It's the 9th and final race, scratch 4, Lemos Cunha.
This is the featured event, race number 8, allowance condition for 4 and up fillies and mares. And a pretty wide open race right now. A couple of 5-2 shots, and you've got 4 to 1 and 6 to 1 on the tote board respectively before it starts to open up to the double-digit odds. Summer in Saratoga, the number 5 horse, is 4 to 1 right now. This is a mare by Hardspun who has won 4 of her last 5 races. Her most recent defeat was right here at Keeneland, where she just didn't have a clear path to victory. But since then, she's rattled off back-to-back wins, winner of the Tom Benson Memorial Stakes, beating Dominga, who will be running in the Bewitched tomorrow, and looks like a strong contender. You've got to respect this filly, and it really is nice to see this kind of a price associated with her if you're willing to take a swing. She's good, bottom line. Corey Lannery knows her. He's ridden her to victory several times in the past, and she's a pretty straightforward filly. Just find her a lane to work with at the top of the lane and turn her loose, and she'll get you there. And I think that at 4 to 1, definitely worth the win play in race number 8 here at Keeneland. The number 1 horse, Stunning Sky, she is vying for favoritism alongside Daddy is a Legend, who is the number 4 horse. But Stunning Sky, my second choice. She comes out of tough races. She was a Valley View winner here at Keeneland in October. That was a grade 3. She defeated How Ironic in that grade 3 event, who we just saw win a race 2 races back here at Keeneland. So comes out of some live runs, always seemingly coming on with a late run. Tyler Gaffalione in the saddle. Stunning Sky deserves the kind of attention that she's getting, 5 to 2. And then finally, the 8 horse, that is Winter Sunset, a very well-bred daughter of Tappet out of Winter Memories. Such a wonderful female family on this 5-year-old mare. We've seen her put together strong effort. She was a stakes winner in just her second start. Stakes placed in the grade 3 Regret. Running against Concrete Rose, but just facing tough company, Gabby, and hopefully she can return to that glory that was back in 2019. Her race in October was a spot where she needed that race, and then she was bumped at the start of the Tom Benson Memorial. But if the light bulb goes back on, this mare is a very good one, and she's 6 to 1 right now on the tote board.
She is one of my favorites. I love watching her race in the afternoon because you can always spot her in the field, as she is white, obviously she's a gray, but she is borderline white, and she's just a beautiful mare for trainer Wayne Catalano. We will see if she can rebound today. Another question of whether or not a horse can rebound is the 4 Daddy is a Legend for trainer George Weaver. This is a filly, or mare I should say, that's done so much throughout her career. She's multiple grade 1 place. She's a graded stakes winner. She was a 3/4 of a length away from getting a grade 1 win in the grade 1 matriarch back in December of 2019 at Del Mar. Then she was given some time, and I will admit she was extremely disappointing in her 2 races last year. One race at Ellis, the other in the Distaff Turf Mile against the likes of Beau Recall and Newspaper of Record. When you look at the field that she faced in those races, especially in the Distaff Turf Mile, it's a far cry in today's race from those types of horses. You still question whether or not she is the same mare, but I have trust in George Weaver and the connections. I don't think they would bring her back if she wasn't showing them something in the morning that she's getting back to her old self. I'm surprised that she's coming back here today. I thought that, maybe after those 2 efforts, after a couple of gaps in her form, that she might even be retired. But clearly she is training really well in the morning, and I personally am very excited to see her back in action. We'll see what she can do here today at 5 to 2. But if she doesn't show up, that opens the door to other horses, including the 5 Summer in Saratoga. Now, you can see in the short comment, she was balked at the 3/16 pole, but I actually thought she had a beautiful trip under Irad Ortiz Jr. Looking back at the race at the fairgrounds for Summer in Saratoga, he drew all the way post 12 of 12. Irad Ortiz Jr. somehow found a way to hug the rail and saved every inch of ground, and then kind of angled out and ran on late. So it was a great ride. Good performance for this filly mare. She wintered well in the fairgrounds. And again, if some of the main players don't show up, some of these mares that have some backlash, she will be there to win because she is very consistent and she has been in good form lately. The 1 Stunning Sky is coming in off of a freshening for trainer Mike Maker, and she doesn't really have a lot of early speed, which could be a little bit problematic for her, but at least she does draw the rail, and her wins have come when she faces really the right level of competition. I know she's a graded stakes winner in the Valley View right here at Keeneland, But I think her winning today is up to what performances we see from Daddy is a Legend and horses like Summer and Saratoga. If they don't deliver their best, we know that Stunning Sky will be there in the catbird seat, willing and ready to win a race like this. I am surprised that she's so low at 5-2, that she's on the same level as the 4 Daddy is a Legend, because there is a big discrepancy in class if Daddy is a Legend gets back to her old self. But Stunning Sky, she should be able to get the right type of trip on the inside. We are 14 minutes away from the 8th event out of 9 races this afternoon. This is the featured race coming up next.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th and featured race, the Hagen, an allowance for fillies and mares age 4 and up. Mile at 16th on the turf, listed good, the rail at 10 feet. Scratch the 9, figure it out. Again, scratch 9, figure it out. This race starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $9,520. Post time at 8 minutes.
Final moments of lead up here to the featured race, and we're taking a look at the gray mare Winter Sunset for trainer Wayne Catalano. Just mentioned to me in passing that she is doing absolutely fabulous. That's what Wayne says about this 5-year-old mare, and if that's the case, she's a strong contender, as we pointed out to you. Those last 2 races, she's much better than that. She's definitely better than her Keeneland race. Don't worry about her last Keeneland race, and she encountered that trouble in her start at Fairgrounds. So looking at that form from 2019 when this filly was 3, she is a filly, or now mare rather, that certainly can come on here today and put together a strong enough effort to hang with this group. The number 6 horse is Sally's Curlin. Interesting to see that Dale Romans and CJ Thoroughbreds Left Turn Racing go back to the turf course with this mare. She was a proven one-turn type of filly on the main track. She won the Grade 3 Chaluki at Churchill Downs. She won the Hurricane Birdie, at Gulfstream Park back in March. And they bypassed the Madison. She competed in the Madison in the summer months, and they bypassed the Madison, which was run here on opening weekend, instead for this race. And she was a filly that tried grass for the first time in that Toffin race, the Wittez race, the race that we referenced from a few races back. So we'll see if she can come with it today on the grass course for the second time. Daddy is a Legend, back with George Weaver, Gabby, a mare that is the X factor in here. I mean, if she's the daddy of a legend, daddy is a legend of old, they're going to have a hard time beating her today, but that's the biggest question.
I was just eavesdropping on Caleb Keller and his interview with George Weaver on TVG just a minute ago, and because I'm curious to see this filly, this mare back, and George did say the reason why her 2 races came in Kentucky is that the owners, Jim Hill, just wanted to focus a little bit more on Kentucky racing, so that's why she found herself here in those last 2 races in her in 2020. And he did say that she absolutely hated the ground. He was speaking to Rusty Arnold when he trained her in the race at Ellis Park, and she hated that soft ground. And then she came back to face some of the top mares in the country in Beau Recall and Newspaper of Record, and overall it wasn't that bad. And he did say that she is training really well in the morning. She's a mare that she's a bigger bodied horse. You would imagine that it takes a little bit of time to get her fit, but Scott, she's proven fresh before in the past, so maybe that's not the biggest concern.
And then finally, we'll take a look at the 2 horses. We're 4 minutes away from post time. Our Baby Ruth, she was bouncing when she came out for the post parade, and she continues to do that. A mare by Candy Ride, who has run against stakes types in the past. She's a stakes winner at Gulfstream Park, just adding to the depth of this field. And she, too, comes out of that Toffin-Wittez race that the mare Sally's Curlin comes out of at Gulfstream Park.
And Toffin did go gate to wire in that race, whereas Our Baby Ruth, I was very surprised that she was so far off of the pace because she's normally a front runner. So today I would imagine they're going to get back to her speed, and she could control things early. I think her speed is her best weapon in a race like this.
Closing in on the feature, less than 3 minutes to post.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and featured race, the Hagen. They are at the post. And they're off. Summer in Saratoga stumbled coming out of the gate and unseated the rider. Number 5, Summer in Saratoga, stumbled coming out of the gate and unseated the rider. There goes Winter Sunset out for the lead. Daddy is a Legend comes away running in second. Frond is away third up on the outside, followed by Our Baby Ruth, who's fourth and angling down toward the rail. And then Sally's Curlin, who's toward the outside of horses, 3 wide around the first turn. Now moves up into 5th. Stunning Sky with a ground-saving trip. Now picks up 2 positions from 6th against the rail. And Temple City Terror moves up 1 spot from last, heading onto the backstretch. Opening quarter went 24.93 seconds. Winter Sunset is the leader. And Winter Sunset leads it by 3 lengths at the midpoint of the backstretch. And Daddy is a Legend is there in second by just a length. So far, so good for Winter Sunset and Florent Giroux. That opening half mile in 49.43 seconds, leading it by 2 lengths. Daddy is a Legend second. Frond is in third up on the outside. Our Baby Ruth is fourth against the rail, now taking third 2 lengths from the front. Stunning Sky, Temple City Terror outside of that one. That pair still 3.5 lengths off the lead to the far turn. And Sally's Curlin is at the back midway on the turn. Winter Sunset with Daddy is a Legend second. Winter Sunset by 3/4 of a length. Frond is third up on the far outside. Daddy is a Legend between that pair with a 1/4 mile to go. Our Baby Ruth is looking for room down toward the inside. Temple City Terror has to swing toward the outside from 5th. Winter Sunset, the leader, 1.5 lengths. Our Baby Ruth to the inside. Daddy is a Legend right there to the outside. Temple City Terror and Frond move in the center of the course. Here is Daddy is a Legend challenging Winter Sunset for the lead. Daddy is a Legend puts a neck in front. And then Temple City Terror and Our Baby Ruth. Daddy is a Legend. And Joel Rosario to win the feature. Winter Sunset was home second by a neck over a closing Temple City Terror, who was third.
She's back and back to the Keeneland winner circle for the 3rd time as she exerts her dominance over this group here today off the 7-month layoff. Daddy is a Legend, getting it done here in the feature.
Phenomenal job by trainer George Weaver for preparing this mare off of the layoff. She hasn't raced since September of last year. A lot of people doubted her form last year, but her class prevailed. There is a reason that she came back, and she came back in a winning way. Impressive performance here by Daddy is a Legend. And Scott, it's worth noting the 5 Summer in Saratoga did drop the rider coming out of the gate, Corey Lannery, but he did walk off the turf course on his own effort. So good news there, as race 8 is unofficial 4-8-3 unofficially across the wire.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 8th race. 4 Daddy is a Legend was first. 8 Winter Sunset second. 3 Temple City Terror third. 2 Our Baby Ruth was fourth. And 1 Stunning Sky fifth. 4-8-3, 2-1 unofficial. Results of race 8 official. In the winner's circle, the official winner of the featured 8th Hagen. 4, Daddy is a Legend, owned by Susan and Jim Hill and trained by George Weaver. Joel Rosario goes back-to-back on the card and has 3 wins on the day. Daddy is a Legend, a 6-year-old daughter of Scat Daddy, out of Randy's Legend by Benchmark. The winner bred in Pennsylvania by H&R Notoff Horse Racing, LLC. Keeneland sales grad gets the mile and a 16th over the turf listed good, 1 minute 44.24 seconds. 4.8321, the official results of Keeneland's 8th race. Keeneland's 9th and final race upcoming. Main track is listed fast. Scratch the 4, Lemos Cunha. Scratch the 4, Lemos Cunha. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $10,694. Plate jockey change in Keeneland's ninth and final race, number 10, Enchanted Island, the jockey Luis Saez. Keeneland's ninth and final race, late jockey change on the 10, Enchanted Island, the jockey Luis Saez.
Ninth and final race, maiden 50 claimers, 7 furlongs on the main track is the distance. I'm going to go with a couple of class droppers in this race. Village Queen, starting with her, a gemologist filly for Tim Ham, who started off her career running a couple of solid races over fast tracks. Then she regressed with the slop. She just did not like the off tracks, and then they tried her on the synthetic track at Turfway Park against Maiden Special Weight Company. If she can run either of her first 2 starts when she was running on a fast main track, she is a danger in here, and she's a big price right now at 9-1. Gerardo Corrales is in the saddle. I like the 3 Village Queen on top. The number 2 horse, Lady Frosted for Tom Drury Jr., another class dropper. She was third behind a really nice filly named Euphoric in her second start. They tried to route her in her most recent effort. Not quite as good. So the cutback in distance and the drop in class, those are 2 key angles for the number 2 horse as she gets ready for her 4th career start, owned by Mr. Bruce Lunsford, daughter of Frosted, making her Keeneland debut. And then finally, I'll go to the 6 as the third choice, Coal Shaft, who is 9-5 right now. Danny Gargan's barn still seeking that first win here at Keeneland Racecourse. They put horses in the right spots. They've sent out horses that have run big, just still have yet to get that first win. And it just may come here with this filly, yet another class dropper. You've got 3 horses here in my top 3, all coming out of Maiden Special Weight Company, Gabby, showing up for Maiden 50 today.
That's right, Scott. I just think the 6 Coal Shaft is going to be really tough to beat here in the final race today, just because of the dropping class and because of her speed. She has been a little inconsistent in her 3 starts, but I think it's because of the track. I don't think she's a turf horse. She's by Mineshaft. That was her first race. Then she came back over a muddy seal track last time out. I don't think she necessarily handled it. So she seems like she's best on a fast main track. She gets to that today, and she does look like she'll be in a position to control. The 5 Mosh I wanted to use to try to mix it up a little bit, throw a price in underneath, because she is also a class dropper, and she's dropping from Maiden Special Weight Company at the fairgrounds. 7/8 also looks like it will help her because she just could not keep up at 5.5 furlongs last time out. And then finally, the number 2 Lady Frosted. She is another class dropper for Tommy Drury. Cuts back in distance, making her 3rd start off of the layoff. She should be primed and ready to go in that 3rd race off the layoff. In Euphoric, she had a face 2 starts back, who's a very nice filly. So big class relief for the 2 Lady Frosted. 6-5-2 for me in the finale.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's ninth and final race. Maiden claiming race, claiming price of $50,000. Fillies and mares age 3 and up. 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 4, Lemos Cunha. Number 4 is scratched. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $10,694. Post time at 7 minutes.
Let's take a look at a couple of these horses getting ready for the nightcap. Ma Cherie is who you see on the screen, the number 5 horse, a daughter of Verrazano, who's 16-1, and she's the second longest shot in this group currently with 6 minutes to post. She's run 2 very dull races, but she doesn't look dull out on the track. Maybe something will spark for her today with Julian Leperoux.
Well, she is by Verrazano, so you would think that she might be a little bit better on the main track. She tried the main track last time out, but it was a wet track, a good sealed track. So today's her first opportunity to get to a fast main track. And on top of that, she's dropping in class. Her first 2 races were against Maiden Special Weight Company. There are a lot of class droppers in here, and she is one of them. And you're talking about 16-1 versus 5-2 or 2-1. So I think she's just as capable, and she's presenting herself very nicely on the track. Her neck bowed, her ears forward, just a lot of things to like about how she's behaving today, Scott.
And let's go over to the 8, Happy Life, yet another class dropper and a slew of class droppers. There she is, same sort of idea in looking at the way that she's presenting herself. This is a drop from a maiden special weight race just back on the 16th of April, so just a few days ago, where she was actually a little bit forward in that race. She debuted at Oaklawn Park, so this will be the easiest spot that she's ever seen, and she's 9-1.
I thought she was a little interesting last time out because those Oaklawn races have come up just ultra tough, and even that maiden special weight right here at Keeneland came up ultra tough too. So this is a big class relief for her today. She looks very athletic, very fit for trainer Nick Zito. When you see Nick's horses in the afternoon, they always really do look the picture, and she is no different at 9-1. So we'll see if she can. She kind of looks a little racy on track too, Scott. So I wouldn't be surprised if she showed a bit more speed out of the gate.
4 minutes away from the nightcap.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's ninth and final race. They are at the post. And they're off. Village Queen broke sharply, comes right out for the lead. Sister's Ghost is there, and Pedigo Girl moves up between horses. Lady Frosted up close in the opening strides down to the inside. It is Village Queen with the lead, only by a neck. Pedigo Girl is drawing alongside the leader in second. And then comes Sister's Ghost in third position. Lady Frosted a close-up fourth down to the inside. Coal Shaft, a lane off the rail, moving up fifth between horses. Happy Life, sixth alongside of her. Enchanted Island has lost some ground up the backstretch. She is seventh, now drops back into the eighth spot. Ma Cherie moves by to her inside, and Liz Queen, Fleur de Lis, is last. 22.53 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Village Queen to the inside, leads it by a head. Pedigo Girl, again, draws alongside the leader, top two on even terms around the turn. Sister's Ghost is in third, a length off the front pair. Coal Shaft is in between horses in fourth. fourth, 2.5 lengths off the lead. Lady Frosted is there toward her inside, moving up fifth, now fourth, as they swing off the far turn, a quarter mile to come. Village Queen is the leader. Here comes Pettigo Girl again. Lady Frosted looking for some running room. Sisters Ghost is there up on the outside. Those two trying to get on track to the extreme outside in the final furlong. Pettigo Girl, brief lead. Lady Frosted puts ahead in front, and Sisters Ghost is still lingering behind her. Lady Frosted, 16th pole, kicking on for the finish for Brian Hernandez Jr. Lady Frosted to win it. Pettigo Girl will be across the line in the second position. Behind her, it was Village Queen hanging on third by a neck over Sisters Ghost in fourth, and then Cole Shaft fifth.
Back to sprinting does the trick in finding the right group here today as Lady Frosted gets it done for Tom Drury Jr., Bruce Lunsford, and Brian Hernandez Jr.
We mentioned that there are several class droppers in this race, and she was one of them, but she just found enough room to tip out right here, kind of in between horses, a very game performance. And at this point of the race, she was definitely in the clear, and Brian Hernandez Jr. had plenty of horse underneath of him to guide her to the finish line on top by multiple lengths here. She gets the job done at 9-5 with the 7, Petticoat Girl, finishing second. It's going to be close for third.
Photo for show. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's ninth race. 2, Lady Frosted finished first. 7, Pettigo Girl was second. 3, Village Queen was third. 9, Sisters Ghost was fourth. 6, Cole Shaft was fifth. 27396 unofficial. And the winner's circle for Keeneland's ninth race, 2, Lady Frosted. Owned by Bruce Lunsford, trained by Tom Drury Jr., Brian Hernandez Jr., the jockey. Lady Frosted, 3-year-old filly by Frosted, out of Indulgence by Macho Uno. Winner bred in Kentucky by Willow Oak Stable, LLC. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 23.31 seconds. Ninth race results official. 27396, the official results. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. There will be a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot, $13,109. When live racing continues here tomorrow, closing day for the spring meet, post time 1:05 p.m. Eastern. Advanced wagering is available on the rest of the simulcast card. Betting windows will close shortly. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.